Well, if you're called to serve, I mean, I would say after the people who called, you did have a huge bump in enlistment. At least if I recall correctly, I could be wrong. After 9/11, and do I think that like after seeing, I was 19, I woke up and watched it happen live. Do I think that people did that out of patriotism? Yes. And my dad, he was in the 173rd Airborne Division in Vietnam in 1965-66. When the war very first started, they were the first in the Army to go over there. And long story short, he'd go to reunions. Some of the reunions happened. So in the very beginning of the war, you had Australians and New Zealanders that were literally with them. They lived amongst them in Vietnam. And so he did a reunion maybe like 15 years ago in Australia, and then he did one in, I think it's Vicenza, Italy. And the reunions where the 173rd is currently stationed out of. And one of the guys my dad, has kind of spoken with several times and gotten to like a lot was, I forget his name. He won the Medal of Honor. I'm drawing a blank. He has an Italian name. Yeah, Saltucci. And so he, talked to him, but he's a guy that did enlist after 9/11. That was literally his motivation. He was just like a regular fucking middle American. What inspired him to go to war? Like, that was what it was. And he was a frontline combat trooper. And what they experienced in Afghanistan, it was like, especially like when it came to the 173rd, they had a lot of, but different from them for like, let's say like the special forces people, they would be put like in an outpost where it would be for months at a time, not knowing when the next engagement would come. Then they would do their patrols, and then they'd have to face an ambush at any given time. They never knew when the ambush was coming because like, that's the point of an ambush. But it's just like out of nowhere you get attacked, like mental, and it's like a way on game. I hate comparing it, but like when I was in high school, I did hang out with a bad crowd. I had been jumped several times, and it would happen in random places. I did the jumping, like weapons were involved. It fucked with me a lot. Like everywhere I went, I had to look over my fucking shoulder. I had to be able to look at everything wherever I was at. Because that sense of like, anything can happen at any given point. You don't have control over that. So you can only put yourself in the best situation to deal with it if it does happen. But like, imagine you're like somebody you're dealing with that at like a much more lethal scale, like lethal level where you like literally watch your friends die, or get obviously you get killed yourself or seriously injured. The stakes are so much higher, and I don't know. I think a lot of people just, I don't know what my point of my monologue was, but these guys are obviously fucking patriotic. Dude. I guess that was my whole fucking point. Who else would volunteer for that shit?
Maybe we're gonna change it up. These have no bumpers, so it goes a little faster. Sounds a little different.
Well, I think that the people who disagree with that.
Did it turn out to be all true regarding the reason why we went to Afghanistan, remember?
We went to Afghanistan after 9/11.
What hijack us from?
Saudi Arabia.
So, heck, what were you doing in Afghanistan?
Al Qaeda was harboring Saudis and Islamists like Osama bin Laden that were Saudi and training in Afghanistan. Where does HTS in Syria? Where does he come from? He doesn't come from Afghanistan, but he was training in forget which North African country.
So, aren't you supposed
Then they started training.
Hold on,
Then they started.
Aren't you supposed to capture the people that did it instead of invading the country where they allegedly were trained or where they originally from?
Well, Afghanistan was a lawless place. So did they have to take out any the people that enabled it and provided safe harbor and all of? Yeah, they obviously had to do that. Now, when it comes to even HTS, the leader of Syria, he's not Afghani. He's somebody who I believe was training in Libya.
How many times did they?
Well, hold on a second. In Libya, what ended up happening is that it was no longer safe to train in Syria, because in Syria, I mean, obviously Assad's forces would kill you even while you're training. It's so like, how do you train a group of people that are ready, that don't have to deal with being killed before they're trained? He goes to Afghanistan, trains there. Now, if you look at the coup, quote unquote coup, it's really a foreign invasion. In Syria, you have all of these Turkic people that come from all of the stands in Central Eurasia that were being trained. And I believe the Taliban said, we'll give you 10,000 trained fighters. They ended up coming into Syria and they ended up fucking everything up, including Assad. This came out of Afghanistan. They obviously, to this day, there's no difference between HTS and Osama bin Laden, really. This guy was a fucking terrorist his whole life.
Osama bin Laden was a terrorist?
Osama bin Laden, yes, so was HTS.
I find it funny that this guy called Osama bin Laden allegedly was the planner or the one that was in charge of 9/11. They claimed that there was like a confession tape of him, right? But he never said anything like that.
1996. No, it was like 1996, 1997. No, he was in his little cave, and he said he was. I don't think it's a fatwa, because I don't know that he was capable of issuing one, but he declared war against the United States, and the first reason he listed was our support for Israel, at least in that interview.
That's also funny, because in August 2001, right, the month before the big month, right, 9/11, he was in Dubai getting a kidney transplant, where he was already listed on world's most wanted criminals in the world, yet he was getting a medical procedure done in Dubai. So
I don't know about that, but
I know quite,
But Dubai, yeah, but I mean, even like, didn't the Mossad end up having like it was the last few years you had a team of Mossad agents that went, I believe they were in a hotel in Dubai, and they ended up executing or assassinating somebody, and they were able to flee beforehand. I mean, it was something, the surveillance cameras were there, them getting in and out of the elevators and walking to the room. I mean, is Dubai, are you telling me that Dubai does not protect terrorists? I mean, they definitely protect criminals. It's a very safe place to go to. And there's zero tolerance when it comes to how you behave on their soil, but it's also known as being a haven for international criminals.
Somewhat. Where are you getting that from?
Oh yeah, you just look. I'm literally just Google Dubai. International fugitives, like these are people. They absolutely they'll flee there.
Okay, isn't that?
But you have to have money as a fugitive. If you're a broke fugitive, you can't go there.
Well, that counts for all over the world, right? But isn't Israel a safe haven for convicted pedophiles? Because they don't deport you back to the U.S., right?
Well, they don't deport criminals generally back to the U.S. And like, if you were to look at one of the biggest, they had to try him in an Israeli court. I forget the name of this piece of shit. He was a teenager at the time, and he brutally.
You can't maintain TFR by having a tiny slice of women have 10 children or 25 children or something. And those women are part of the workforce, so they're going to have to work. And then the question is, what work can they do?
Why do they have to work? Why do they have to work?
Well, women have to work because it helps us to maintain competitiveness with other societies, right? Imagine you have two systems. Yes.
Why do we need to compete? I mean, why do we really need to compete with other societies?
Because of evolution. Because of evolution.
So you think evolution is based on competition, basically?
Well, evolution is based on competition. Yes.
You do?
But I will say.
So is there some element of evolution that's not competition?
No. Jeremy did put in the chat.
There's no element of evolution that's not about competition.
That's not. That doesn't. Well, no. There's many elements of evolution. I mean, evolution is about variation with selection.
Okay.
So it needs, but we don't need to talk about my idea for.
Well, let's try to put this on the table here, because throughout all this talk about culture and DNA and everything, I think the real issue is evolution, and I think the question is, of course, competition is a part of evolution, but so is collaboration. And the question is,
but that's
if both of those are categories, then it becomes a question of what fits in which category and at which time, and which is the best adaptation. I would argue at this moment, we are and I'm an outward trained climate reality activist, so I believe, in climate change and all that.
Oh, wow.
I believe that I do. So just so you understand, what I'm about to say is more important than whether you agree with that or not. I believe there will be 1 billion people homeless on this planet in 25 years, right? I do. And yet the issue is not the climate change that's going to cause all that. It's our lack of ability to collaborate to deal with that. Because like you said, institutions, well, you didn't quite say this, but I think you were going there, are made by human beings like us. They're just all human organizations. The law is all human organization. Religion's all human organization. This little club somebody started over here, this rock band that turned out to be the Beatles, whatever it is, they become that because people own them. People are the actual power. People are the actual economy. People are everything. And they don't necessarily have to compete from country to country. They have a whole global village to operate from. This is the 21st century. I don't know where you guys are.
Well, there's a lot wrong with that.
I'm not going to say that there is, but I'm in the 21st century, and there are certain timeless teachings.
CRT, BLM, LGBTQ. I thrill with rapture. I soar on wings of sudden joy. O Pan, appear to us. O Pan, roving over the sea, from the craggy ridge of snow-beaten Silene, king who makest dances for the gods. Repeat it after me, everybody. CRT, BLM, LGBTQ. Thrill with listen lost of light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of Pan, yo Pan. Iopan, come over the sea from Sicily and from Arcady, roaming as Bacchus with fauns and pards and nymphs and satyrs for thy gods. On a milk-white ass, come over the sea, to me, to me, come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and pythoness. Come with Artemis silken shod and wash thy white thigh, beautiful God, in the moon of the woods on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple, passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain. Come over the sea, Iopan, Iopan, devil or god, to me, my man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe, am I not ripe? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle my body, weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an asp. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devilдom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter. All devourer, all begetter, give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. O Pan, Iopan, 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 Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man, do as thou wilt as a great God can. O Pan, Yo Pan, Yo Pan, Yo Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come, Iopan. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Iopan, Iopan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flour to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rave, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maned man, in the might of Pan, Iopan, Iopan, Pan, Pan, Iopan.
And they don't like being there. No, I'm saying they want to
continue to have the same access that they did when they were younger, because there's such an emphasis on youth.
Okay, listen, you guys.
Yeah,
You guys
gay
don't.
men are pedophiles.
Listen, gay men and gay women. You guys don't read books, so this is the service I'm providing the brains tonight. Here we go. It's called Aha. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the sediments of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward, miss, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one overpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is, yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss if thou restrain the expression. Shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brothers of the clubhouse silver star.
And it's been pointed to all over the world. I've traveled in Brussels. I heard about it in Africa. They've heard about this medicine hat experiment. It's famous. And so there's not, the jury is not out on what human nature is. We know what human history is. And human nature, as we talked about with culture, is driven by conditions more than anything else. And if we can make the right conditions, which we might have to experiment with, to put the appropriate amount of buying power in people's hands, on the appropriate conditions, we might have more people being able to pay their bills, stimulate the economy, and the economy can absorb it because you're living in the richest country in the history of the world.
That sounds awfully like, material conditions define people. And so, that experiment failed miserably, unfortunately.
Well, I don't think those people who ended up with full-time jobs in a home that they own in Medicine, Alberta would actually agree with you, but I understand your.
Well, there's a whole country that kind of went down the drain that would not agree with you.
Which is which country?
Soviet Union.
Yeah. So I don't think Soviet Union is an example of that. I think the Soviet Union is an example of the deepest totalitarian government that's ever existed on planet Earth. That's not quite the example of what we're talking about. It's not the kind of it's not the police state of the terms and conditions of what you're talking about of the social contract. It's a very different social contract and an entrepreneurial one as well. You are talking to somebody right here who intends to make it happen in the private space with no government or taxes. So that's nothing like communism.
Andre, don't you realize that real communism has never been tried? Of course, that's always the argument, and like they come up with a new variable that might be added to it. No, Daniel, this is exactly the kind of
idealism is not communism. Idealism is not communism.
Weight, maybe what Daniel was talking about will happen, but if we don't assume it will happen, it's a lot to assume, then I think it's pretty reasonable that women still have to work. And then the question is, what kind of work can they do that allows them to still have children? That's what we were talking about earlier, not utopia.
Sure.
And that's a challenge that I'm still trying to get answers to, right?
Yeah, that's right. Just like as this part of the discussion.
But why not borrow from that,
Daniel,
Jason?
I think I'm not sure. Maybe your headphones are malfunctioning. I was speaking. So, but one of the things I would like to point out that the problem with Soviet Union, the problem with proposition that the material conditions will define human nature is that that had been tried, and this is exactly what we're speaking about. This is exactly what the project of Soviet Union and actually Mao's China was trying to achieve, and they failed miserably.
Indeed. So, I mean, if we just accept for a moment that women have to work, but that the kind of work that women do today makes it harder for them to have children than any work they've done in the past.
So why not just offer them the allowance that if they want to have children and they don't want to have to work, they have that choice? What's wrong with that, Jason? Why is that not a solution?
Well, it makes some assumptions that I don't think will pan out. I think a more conservative assumption is that women have worked when they had children in the past. So work, in principle, is not an obstacle to them having children.
But during the baby boom, that was not the case, right? Most women didn't work.
I mean, for thousands of years.
Okay.
Yeah, thousands of years. Okay.
Got it.
Women have worked, and they have worked a lot. For as far back as you look, women have worked.
Sure.
Okay, tens of thousands of years,
I get
as far
it.
back as we can go.
I'm totally agree.
So they have worked, and they've generally had to work. The periods of history where women didn't work were very brief. They were very partial. Okay, some women didn't work during the baby boom, but many did. And so I don't want to bank on that. What I want to bank on is that there are different strategies of work, and that different strategies of work can allow women to have children, although our present strategies don't. So then that brings us to the question of women's work. What is a work that is compatible with childbearing, or what can we do to make work compatible with childbearing?
Why is it only men that are asking this question?
Well, we have duties to women, and we have to ask these questions and think hard about these kind of things, about a society that is good for women to live in. We can't avoid that question. In fact, maybe we've avoided that question for too long. So I think
the question of what work women should have, the question of what work women should have,
of how we can make work more compatible with having children. Yeah, I think men need to ask this question.
More work with compatible with having children would be that women have paid leave. They have, they have all the care that they need taken care of, so that they can easily have children. If you want to have more children, you want to make it easier for women to have children.
So Daniel, I think that's avoiding the question. And I'll try to explain, yes, because you're talking about them having children and taking care of their children outside of work.
No, not at all. No, don't tell me what I'm saying. Let me clarify what I'm saying for myself, please. Let me say what I'm saying.
What I'm trying to get across is that in the ancestral period, women had children.
But we're not in the ancestral period right now.
Please don't interrupt me, Daniel.
No, but I know, but he was too, right?
Women had children without leave, okay, without someone taking care of the children for them. Their work was compatible.
But we're here in 2025, Jason. 2025.
We can make technology that makes our work compatible with having children too.
Okay, then why can't we get that? Okay, great. Then what if we can use technology? Why can't we use services too?
That's not changing the work so that it's compatible with women having children.
What it isn't? If I provide, I'm sorry, I don't really follow what you mean.
The woman is not taking care of her own children if a service is doing it for her.
No, I didn't mean that. I talked about, first of all, having children, meaning the pregnancy, the health care, all of the services that go into the initial maternity, not like doing the mothering job for them. That would be misunderstanding what I'm conveying. I'm saying if you want to have more children, why not create the conditions for, first of all, giving birth to be healthier than they are with a lot more services than they have right now? Why wouldn't you do that to begin with?
It's not really speaking to the concern that I have is that after they have the children, they will not be able to take care of them because their work is not compatible with that.
I get that
What you're
too.
talking
You can
about
do
is-
both problems. You can do both problems, but you said that you wanted
But
to
not at
raise
the
the
same
fertility.
time.
You
Not
said
at the
you wanted
same
to raise.
time.
You said you wanted to raise the fertility was what this was about, right?
But it's not the question that I'm focusing on.
Okay.
Right?
So you're okay
So-
with the fertility. You're talking about what happens after the fertility.
There are reasons to object to what you're saying there, as it being. I would say that it's probably not important, and there are empirical reasons to say that. But it's also doesn't really change the fact that with work as it's presently organized, women cannot take care of their own children and work at the same time. And that's why
how would
the
you do it?
reorganization of work. Yeah, it's a great question.
How would you do it?
I think a great example of a man who sought out a responsible direction for this is a man who developed a routing table and a router that even small toddlers could use, is completely safe for children to be around. And I think, yeah, maybe this is where we got to go. We got to have more machine tools that have much better safety engineering, so that women can in fact do machining, textiles, all those kinds of things in the presence of children. I think that's definitely one direction, right? Is we need much safer manufacturing techniques. And we can make all this stuff a lot safer than this. It's a brilliant design. Let me see if I can find it. But I was just amazed to see this device. And I think this is where we've got to go. Because if you think about it, Daniel, in the 1500s, if a woman was weaving or a woman was spinning, right, this is a machine she was working that would not have hurt her children. It was not going to make so much noise or whatever that, the children couldn't be around. But if a woman is spinning or weaving today, her children can't be around for that. That machine would eat up her children if they got close to it. Okay, Agent, any objections to sharing them?
Yeah, if no one else wants to come up, then we can shut it down.
You don't get a break. You do not get a break. Now, we were talking about extradition treaties. Yeah, I won't extradite you, bitch. You're being held accountable. You can go to a new part of the app. You say, well, that happened a couple months ago. No, fuck you, buddy. No. Dragging you through the mud. There's no reset, Jay. There's no reset.
I thought we just moved on from that boring conversation.
Well, no, I'm moving on from the Israeli conversation. But everywhere you go, Jay, I'm the captain now. I'm gonna steer your ship right into a fucking iceberg. And that's that. You can't control it. Look at my emoji. Look at that black face of determination. He took over your ship. You got carjacked, bitch.
I
Or
am your
ship
captain.
jacked. Exactly. I am your captain. I am your captain. Hey, I can't do a Somali accent. I don't know what the fuck it sounds like, but you're done. You're done. There's nowhere to hide. And by the way, no, KK, he can give you a satisfactory answer all he wants regarding what he said to you and your husband. I'm a much different individual where I've seen too much when it comes to Jay. There's no apologizing at this point. You don't get to say, I'm sorry. Oh, but I apologized. Oh, but I'm changed. Oh, but I'm going to change. No, I'm not. You got a lot of chances in life at that, right? I'm sure you were saying, like, to your probation officer in the early 2000s, you've changed. 20 years later, what has that gotten anybody? In fact, you're still preying on people. You still preyed on people. You still are the same piece of shit. Your brain's wired not much differently than it was then, now was it? So I'm going to drag your sorry ass for good. For good. Go on any platform. Go on any platform. I have the clips. I have the receipts about your history. You could try to go beforehand and say, well, guys, there's some people amazing. But they'll get used to listening to your bullshit. You'll wear thin on their nerves, just like you have every one of us. That's it. You see, here's the thing, is that I've actually, hold on a second. Hold on, Frank. Not only am I the captain of the narrative and of stealing people out of your gay house, now I understand the room numbers are small now because everybody wanted to see me talk shit about you. And then I got into this debate regarding Jews and Israel and all of this stuff, which I don't find too fascinating, but it's much more fascinating than talking about you. But people love hearing me talk shit about you. Now, everywhere you go, I'm going to spread your information. You can say, please stop sharing the information. Next level content creator. Sharing your information. It's going to happen. Just, you know what? There's some Vaseline. It'll help it go in a lot deeper and a lot less painful. You just have to deal with it, bro.
Why don't you just let him be?
No, there's no such thing. See, I gave him a chance. Here's the thing with bullies. You try to be reasonable with them once. After that, if they double down, you don't show mercy. Like, he'll use it against me, but I'll just put it like this, wink, wink, I was not a saint as a juvenile. In certain settings, which you had to be as an adult, somebody touches your shit. We know what they're doing. We know. They're testing the waters. Can I punk this bitch? What can I get away with him? How further can the violation go? You know what happens, Jay. Because you're the person who ended up getting your shit touched, and then you tried to fight back and still got your ass whooped because you're a pussy.
Did they play with his butthole in prison?
Probably. If I had to guess, probably.
Did anyone check?
I have no idea. I don't care to know. But I'm sure he's had a lot of, strong black hands across his throat and things that have happened to him that are traumatizing. It's not my issue. I don't really care to talk about it. But god damn it, you motherfuckers keep on like doing this, and I forget.
I mean, everybody's somehow traumatized on this app, and it's like, you know.
Oh yeah, so in other words, I gave you the chance to just like back down. You went with the false narrative, and you wanted to be the hero. The hero.
How much more do you want to?
Shut the fuck up, you drunk! God. Okay, move to the audience. Move to the audience. I did that. You don't have to blame any of the other mods. Now, you wanted to be that. You created the problem that didn't exist. I was doxing Roger. I was releasing information, addresses, whatever. But I didn't do it. You wanted to go with the narrative. You wanted to have some of the new people that you love bombed to be your attack dogs. Amazing. I call you out and say, hey, dude, you don't have proof because it never happened. Just apologize and keep my name out of your mouth. Does that? We'll go our separate ways. You double down. So guess what? The terms of negotiation are off the table. Now it's me as the captain. You don't get to dictate anything. That's that. I get to talk about everything embarrassing about you. Wherever you go, I get, basically, it's going to suck for you. I don't know. Why didn't you just keep my name out of your fucking mouth to begin with? You thought I was an easy target. It sucks that we do know that if we were neighbors, you would have never done this to me. You would have never done it to me. I'd go live on Instagram with my hand around your shoulders. And I would say, what do you have to say about me? And share it with Clubhouse. Your demeanor would be quite different. But you being the fucking bully that you are, it's off the table for good now. If you say sorry, I'm still gonna fuck with you. You can say whatever the fuck you want. It's not on your terms. You don't get to choose when this ends. That's what happens when you start a fucking war. And Ludwig is going to be very mad when I say this, but Hamas, they don't get to start a war and say, oh, okay, stop. Like, you started a war. The fuck did you think was going to happen? When you guys end up paragliding into a fucking music festival, and and I saw these young, beautiful women and men killed. You could say, oh, it was a touchy gunship. No, these people were killed up close. There's no bullet holes, in the fucking tents, like in the bar where they were serving drinks and that kind of shit. These people were fucking butchered up close by terrorists. You think you can when they went to the kibbutzes, hold on, they obviously paraglided. But when it comes to the hold on. But when it comes even the kibbutzes, I got to see these kitty faggots happy that they were killing these Jews, calling their families like, I killed you, mashallah, and they were killing like the Jewish peaceniks, the most hippie lefty Jews, and it's like, seriously?
Please, let me, please, my friend, Tiffy, just one reflection, one thing, just one thing, not even a reflection, it's just after this event,
I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I like you, Frank, but I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Just after, there was some Muslim woman dancing. It was so horrific.
It was horrific. I agree. It was horrific. No, look, if there was like a Mexican, think of this. Let's say a Mexican, the lowest of the low of the Mexican population, the cartels. These are obviously the most criminal, obviously, and it will invite some of the most psychopathic people into their organization. Now, let's just say that we have Nogales, Arizona. I've been to Nogi, as we call it, several times. Now, if some cartel was to drive into Arizona and just like shoot up Americans, and then they were to have, and most of the American side of Nogales is like of Mexican descent, but let's just say they had even a white girl or a black girl, doesn't matter, in the back of the truck. The last thing you would see Mexicans doing once it drove back across the border is just like, touching her dead body, touching her dead mangled body. What you would see is like, oh, those meals, they'd be like petrified. They'd be like, oh my God, that poor girl. The population would just be like, oh my God, like, they'd be stunned, they'd be horrified, they would just think like, holy fucking shit, that is so horrible. But then I got to see a bunch of these pieces of shit celebrate it, desecrate this young dead woman's body that's all mangled up. We have to face a reality. I don't mean this in a mean way, but when it comes to the Gazans, they have obviously been propagated to an extent that they are fucking animals.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the name Rachel Corrie? Any chance? Does that ring a bell today?
Who's that?
Rachel Corrie was a peaceful protester in Israel. I believe she was I'm not sure which country she originated from, but
America. She's American.
What was that?
She's American. She was an American before the
American. So what they did was that the PDF, right, also known as the IDF, I like to call them the PDF, the Israeli Diver Force, right? They ran her over with a bulldozer, and to make it even worse, you can Google the pictures, right? They even mocked her death by making pancakes decorating the pancakes with sort of what resembles with the appearance of Rachel, right? So when you're doing these things, right, when you are literally slaughtering, including raping, by the way, we got that on video as well, prisoners, when you're prosecuting kids that have not even reached the age of 2 digits for throwing a rock at a military tank, mind you, because you probably killed their mom or their dad or a sibling or a family member, right? And there is no representative, there's no lawyer. You just lock a freaking kid up for throwing a rock at a military tank, right? If you do this long enough, and then on top of that, you build a wall, literally 3 walls surrounding 2.3 million Gazans, right? You're gonna reach a boiling point. It's just a matter of time. It's always been a matter of time. If you bully a person or a group of people long enough, you're gonna get a point of getting punched in the face. That's what that.
Okay, I get.
Give me 1 second.
You could use that same one.
Okay, hold on. Let him finish.
You don't want him to
When you
Just let him finish.
Taco Bell, hold on. Then on top of that, right? When you're talking about like paragliding into the occupied land of Palestine, right? You're talking about the best secured border in the entire freaking world, right? There is not even a freaking mouse that can cross that border. If you are 300 feet away from that wall, and you take 1 step, all the detective sensors they have, all the whistles and bells and alarms ring, and they pay attention to what is that exactly. So if you believe that they can just casually with paragliders fly over a wall, right? And we're not talking about the speed of a jet fighter, because we all know like how fast paragliders go. Just watch the videos, right? And they wait 4 to 6 hours for them to respond. It aligns perfectly with 9/11 itself, right? You just wait many, many hours for things to escalate, and then you can retaliate by killing a million innocent Iraqis invading Afghanistan, right? And you see sort of like the same pattern. Wait many hours, then you bomb the embassy in Iran, you bomb the Gazans, you bomb Syria, you bomb Lebanon. Like, when is this shit? These people, this I won't say the people, but I will say this government is a freaking cancer to this world. These Zionist scumbags, they killed, which has been counted, which Bernie, whatever his last name is, right? He 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 even brought the papers with the list of like 18,000 minors that got killed since October the 8th. And here you have these freaking morons on this app arguing whether it's a genocide or not. Right? This is how retarded these people are. Like what are you defending? You're killing kids, the babies. Over, I believe, 2,300 babies that had not even reached the age of 1 got killed. Like, what exactly are you fighting? You got to come to the point of like coming to a realization of like, this is not even making sense. Like, it's pure Satanism, man. It's like evil at its finest. I have no other way.
Okay, I get it. Okay, I get it. Now, the very real problem that when it comes to examining what's happening in Gaza is that, as far as the numbers of people that have been killed, what percentage of them were children? What percentage of those quote unquote children, that children is anybody under 18? Excuse me, I have hiccups. What percentage of them were non-combatants? Nobody has these numbers right now. When it comes to even the starvation stuff, like I mean, and we've seen that like the ones that really hit hard for a lot of people. Where I remember thinking, why is this mother chubby but her son's emaciated? That is super weird. And of course, we realize these are pictures that are taken of like children with medical conditions. When it comes to starvation, is it possible that it's happening? Yes. Do I think you can get an honest answer out of Hamas? Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely not. They've lied so much that we cannot believe them. That is their fucking fault. If they did not lie, we would look at them as trustworthy. But it's not that they just occasionally get caught in lies. It's that the majority of what they do is lie. Now, if I wanted to snipe at Israel, I would say when it comes to in the West Bank, the settlers, this is where you do get a lot of what I would consider like far right extremists. Is it Tabay or Tabea? I forget the name. They absolutely will attack, and this is a predominantly Christian settlement. They will attack them. Even Mike Huckabee, who obviously loves Jews, he's a Zionist. He said, like, Israel, I don't want your condemnation. I want consequences. Just like you would want if in the United States we were to, like, for example, try to commit arson against a synagogue and spray paint anti-Semitic shit and torch cars, parked alongside the synagogue. That would be considered, that's something obviously the FBI would become involved in, and you'd face very sharp consequences. When it comes to how the extremist West Bank, I'm not going to say all of the West Bank settlers are extremists, but they obviously, that is where you're going to get the loons. I believe Ariel Sharon even would condemn these people so many times. And what he was sick of is that a lot of the people that were going into the settlements were not people who were serving in the IDF, but when it came to the more moderate Israelis, it was their sons and daughters who would have to quell any unrest that was happening, and occasionally they would get killed. And he had a lot of contempt for what was happening. Now, I do look. I think Israel has to have the same standard when it comes to the Christians that have been living in Israel, the current state, Judea and Samaria, the West Bank. I know Jews and Muslims love to refer to them as different things. I do think when it comes to religious minorities, you want us to have zero tolerance against criminally targeting Jews. You do the exact same fucking thing for your minorities, which I think is very fair. I'm just being honest. The Christian population of that region of the world is absolutely being decimated. It's largely through they're migrating out of that area, and to me it doesn't sit well.
Would you say like they have bombed Gaza enough? Is that for whatever is left?
Yeah, okay, but when you ask questions like that, okay, you booby trap buildings.
No, hold on. Let's not talk about like booby trapping, right? Because now we're gonna make it sound as if like kids were running all over the place and they know where all the booby traps were at. Even the 6-year-old knows what a booby trap is, right? Would you say what they did to Gaza? Would you say like this is enough, or would you say like continue, proceed?
Oh yeah. So you're asking me as somebody, if I was an Israeli.
No, I'm asking you as the person you are. What are your
yes. So I'm gonna look at him as it, but I have to do it as if I was one of them in order to say what is pragmatic for them. If you're gonna have buildings that are booby trapped, just level them. That's what you have to do. Because at the end of the day, I don't want. If I was in charge, I don't want to write home to families. Why did I lose my son or daughter? Why am I continuing to do it? Because I was refused. Oh yeah, sure. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
Okay, what is a lot? And where's the source that a lot of those houses will be trapped? I want to see that source.
Yeah, I don't have a source right now.
Exactly my point, but
So the areas I've seen like pretty much every Hamas video that they publish, they're like little red triangle videos. And I don't see, in all the videos that you watch, you never see any shields or civilians. You don't see them operating populated areas. It's always like in areas that have been evacuated and already flattened. And when you say flattened, it's not really flattened. Israel bombs a building and it creates a lot of rubble, and it actually creates an advantage for Hamas. So when you talk about booby buildings, these are places where the IDF have already occupied. They're not booby trapping like a hospital where Palestinians are being treated in, or for whatever.
Well, the Palestinians aren't doing the booby trapping. It's that Hamas does it. When you have, okay, I understand. No, I know. But when you have a degree, hold on, but let me finish this. When you have somebody that cannot militarily, face the IDF, which obviously Hamas cannot. They have to use guerrilla warfare tactics where there's a lot of going in and out of, blending in and out of the civilian population. I mean, I don't see how else they could do it. So
they exploit asymmetrical war.
When you're looking at this, right, and you see them literally flatlining every hospital, every church, every mosque.
They didn't do it to every church.
Hold on. There's nothing left of Gaza. I'm just summarizing it for you. When you're saying the places were booby trapped, you're talking about all apartment complexes, all mosques, all churches, all refugee camps, all shopping malls, all stores, all factories, right? Like everything was booby trapped. Like everything.
They were booby
Because
trapped to an
because-
extent that they were not willing to take the gamble. So
Yeah, but that's not a valid. You cannot just say like, oh, we're assuming something. There is no footage of this of like, oh, look, it's booby trap, right? As much as everybody pretty much has a smartphone nowadays.
well, okay,
right?
so here's
Hold on.
God.
If any of the claims are true of like most of those buildings were booby trapped, right? Then you should show me at least a handful of videos that proves that those buildings were booby
Yeah,
trapped.
there's actually a bunch of videos that show that, and what's
a
really
bunch,
funny.
Like, what are we talking about? Like,
I've
10,
seen-
20?
I've seen at least a dozen.
Booby trapped.
And so they also obviously will set up ambushes. You know, so you'll see Israeli soldiers. They're trying to do the humane thing and like fight a fucking war.
Raping prisoners, that's a humane thing.
Okay, you bring up what that video did not show prove rape.
No, what
Well,
is it?
either way,
I mean,
war is war, and you can't control every single person. All
that's
right?
the point.
That is the point. You're trying to make it sound like
That's
that's
the point.
100% officially condoned at the highest level. Stop
Why-
making
why-
it
why-
seem you're
why-
making these fucking
why-
false
why-
equivalencies.
why-
You're
why-
not holding
But
Muslims.
Litvick, okay, but here's the problem: is that when it comes,
Bullshit already.
well, hold on.
It's not about the rape. Why is there an...
Now,
Okay, but hold on a second. But when it comes to the U.S. during a
Why is
global,
there- why is
okay,
there-
hold on. Let me say something. When it comes to the U.S., war crimes were committed. These people did. The reason we hear about it is because it made the news and they were court-martialed. We can think of Abu Ghraib, where these people were literally, where they were making them do the human pyramids. They were. There's one.
Them waterboarding them.
A lot of. Well, I don't know about waterboarding, but
Waterboarding is like a given. There's
no.
something that was known for-
You're talking about enhanced interrogation. That's something different. We're talking about in the prison that was
Enhanced interrogation. Okay.
sure. Yes. So when it comes to
Is
Abu,
it a crime to waterboard?
will you let me fucking finish?
Excuse me.
Abu Ghraib, that was a prison that was taken over that Saddam Hussein put a lot of prisoners in, and it was seen as a detention facility. You had a West Virginia National Guard military police unit that was overseeing it. They were abusing the prisoners, letting them shit on themselves, making them do human pyramids, punching them and knocking them out, doing horrific shit. This came to light. They were all prosecuted. They were all arrested. Now, when it comes to waterboarding and enhanced interrogation, that is not. The National Guard is not in charge of those kinds of things. And that was taking place in places like Guantanamo Bay, where you have 3-letter agencies that are also involved. It is not a fucking. It's definitely not something that the average enlistee would be involved in, or especially a reservist.
Here's the thing, Pepe. You seem to be agreeing with Israel. I almost said it. What Israel has been doing, right? Which is systematically killing Palestinians. They dropped over 130,000 pounds of bombs on Gaza.
What would you have done differently? Well, okay, let's say it was a Christian state.
Mhm.
And here's where you all fuck up.
Mhm.
Is what would you have done differently with Hamas? And their target, hold on a second. But Israel was a Christian state. And just imagine. Okay,
An example, or what? Or you making?
as Christians, what if it was a Christian state? What would we have done if imagine we're like 0.02% of the population or some shit as Christians, what would we have done?
I would have accepted the hostage deal. That's the first thing that Hamas proposed on October 10th, which was all the non-combatant hostages be released in return for no airstrike or no ground invasion. I would have prioritized the hostages. That's the first thing, and then I would have negotiated from there.
It was a Christian state. Well, the funny thing is, Pepe, you sort of like hit the nail on the head. Back in the day, the Christians and the Muslims and the Jews were living perfectly side by side.
That's not true.
That is very true.
Stop trying to pretend that the Muslims live perfectly.
Oh, wait, Taco Bell woke up again.
Come on,
Go
stop
to sleep, sweetie. I gave you your
Stop
breast.
lying.
I breastfed you. Go to
Are
sleep.
lying. Everybody,
Taco
other Muslims along with them.
Taco Bell.
Here's a recorded history of it.
Well, hold on a second. But if we look at, we can look at Martel, we can look at Charlemagne, we can look at everything. The history between Muslims and European Christians. Our relationship has always been one of conquest and then expulsion. The Muslims would end up taking over, they'd take over, and the Christians would expel them violently.
Wait, when are you talking? What era are you talking about?
I have any idea when this happened.
The Crusades.
Especially the 8th century on. Like, I mean, holy shit.
Pepe, let me help you out. It was actually the Muslims that were protecting the Jews from getting slaughtered by the Christians. So if there's anybody that was actually protecting the Jews, it was those that were called the Muslims. For free. There was no charge. There was no exchange. It was like, we're gonna protect you guys.
Sure, but the Christians wished to push back and remain Christian and expel Muslims. Is that wrong?
Pepe, I'm starting to believe you.
Like with the Crusades.
Are you vaccinated, Pepe?
No, what I'm asking you is that when it comes to the Muslims would take over, the Christians would say, no, we're Christian. Fuck your bullshit.
Where did the Muslims take over?
I mean, the Iberian Peninsula.
Well, you think the Muslims never took anything over?
I never said that, Taco Bell. I gave
Iberian Peninsula, and they got kicked out.
Islam is far more tolerant than the Roman conquest or the Byzantine or the current Jewish conquest. They made it a thing, actually, because, there's no compulsion in Islam. At least when it started out, and later on when it was corrupted. They actually made it a thing to protect the Christian and Jewish communities. As a matter of fact, the most Christians to ever be killed in the Arabian Peninsula was by a Jewish king in Yemen.
So the compulsion, it only started after Islam was corrupted, you're saying? It was, so now it's a corrupt religion.
No, to be fair, even if you look at the Iberian Peninsula,
you're arguing bodies, people.
I know.
The caliphate was corrupted, not Islam.
The people that lived in Iberia at the time, modern day Spaniards and Portuguese, they treated the Jews worse than the Muslims did. Now, this is something, even on the far right, there's retards who will try to deny this. This is something that's, we kind of know as a fact. They subjugated both the Christians and the Jews, but at a lesser extent than the Christians subjugated the Jews. And so the Jews were pretty receptive to them, and you know, it was a.
Okay, perhaps you gotta ask yourself the question: why did they get kicked more than 1,000 times out of 106 countries?
Haters.
Maybe you should look into that. Just just a little, it's a tiny little side note.
Haters.
It's actually 20 plus countries, 109 times.
And it's 106 times over 1,000 countries. There's perhaps a reason for that. If a person, if an individual, Taco Bell, hold on a moment.
1,000 countries, but 100.
Taco Bell, I'm almost done.
How would it have to do with
Taco Bell? Taco Bell, I'm almost done. And ask the McDonald's manager to reset the password. We can barely hear you. If a person is getting kicked, hey Pepe, can you like use this bubblehead?
Goddamn Taco, let him fucking finish.
If a person gets kicked out of a club, not once, not twice, not 5 times, not a dozen times, not 50, it's like if a person gets removed out of a whatever facility over 100 times, I'm not gonna think like, well, maybe it's the clubs that are just like, they just don't like him. You must have done something, bro. Like 106 times, 106 countries were like, no, you guys can go. 106, 6 times I would already like question one another.
Okay, I agree that like.
I mean, how could you disagree?
Hold on a second. I do agree that. Jesus Christ. I agree that there is like rhetoric where Jews have never done anything wrong throughout time. Where you look at every whether it's Native American, Sub-Saharan Africans, North Africans, any group of people you can think of. We all have people that did egregious shit in history. I think Jews are the same way. Do I think that Jews have always been a perfect people? No, absolutely not. But I mean, but even if I was to look at that narrative, I'd have to tie it into what we're examining today. It doesn't like dispel anything I've said, so far. This is where it becomes retarded. It's like you lay on a bunch of propaganda, like they've been 109 countries over 1,000 times, they've been kicked out. Amazing, but we can look at October 7th.
Oh, so everything starts at October the 7th, not on the 14th of May, 1948 with the Nakba.
Why do we start with Rome?
I do think there's legitimacy.
Why don't we start with Rome?
I do think there's legitimacy.
Those are retarded.
I do think there's legitimacy when it comes to resistance movements. I mean, in Latin America, even centuries later, you see people like rebelling. We can look in Europe. There's been resistance movements. I think that's par for the course. I do not.
You know the other psychopaths. That when just European citizens, including the Dutch, right, the Dutch freedom fighters, they pretty much were guaranteed to get their heads blown off, right? Morocco, right, a country in North Africa, they sent approximately 50,000 of their own men. Those were military, but the ones from the Netherlands and Belgium included, they just signed up and they just went there, right, to fight the regime of this psychopath called Adolf Hitler, right? Were those people considered terrorists? Look at them, they're fighting Adolf Hitler. There's been slaughtering people in like.
But Hitler had a conventional military, and
that's not
the Netherlands had a conventional military.
Hold on, so the Netherlands was actually putting Jews on trains for $2 per person. So the Netherlands was complicit to what Hitler was doing. They were literally putting Jewish citizens of the Netherlands on trains to get them to the border, and from there on they were getting whacked. So the Netherlands was absolutely, the Dutch railroads, still existing, same company, Nederlandse Spoorwegen, means the Dutch railroads, right, were complicit in this. Did we say like, oh, look at those people, they're fighting Adolf Hitler. These are terrorists. They're killing Nazis, like military men that belong to the regime of Adolf Hitler. They're killing them. Was like, oh, horrible. They're killing Nazis. No, everybody was like applauding, right? That's what you see all over the world, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, in South America, and North America, right? People are all pro-Palestine because we've seen the footage. We see people getting raped. We see kids getting blown up, getting their limbs blown off.
Okay, but let me stop you there. I mean, even when it comes. No, but you go into this monologue like.
It's a monologue. You have longer monologues than me. I'm just summarizing actual facts.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, is that even like General Jack Pershing, he said that his biggest regret after World War I, that he had not put American boots on the ground. Yes, the Versailles Treaty was like very harsh, but the Germans were at the time, you have to look at it this way. You can say he was trying to save Europeans, the Aryans, against, I don't know, Jewry, whatever.
So it's okay to kill that are not Aryans, right? So you can kill like
No, but what I'm saying is these other white countries in Europe had to face like horrific losses. Their economies were in shambles after these wars, and especially during these wars.
Exactly like the surrounding countries of Israel. Please continue. So far, this
amazing. Okay. Yeah. No, let me finish. And so, nobody denies, and this is the really weird thing, is even like the people from the alt-right I've spoken to, and even, now, believe it or not, you do get people that consider themselves quote-unquote national socialists that are intelligent. I mean, I believe his name is William Arthur Pierce. He's the one who wrote the Turner Diaries. He was, I believe, a physicist. Much more intelligent than I am. But, he had these kooky ideas. But with that being said, even with the high IQ people that hate Jews, they don't deny that Germany was like hyper aggressive in trying to, encroach upon their neighbor's territory and sovereignty. Like, that's not, and I guess like that's where I kind of lose you when it comes to you trying to justify Nazi Germany.
When did I do that?
Well, you're sitting here and saying how like
I would never justify anybody killing anybody that's
but you're justifying their stance in terms of why they should fight the war.
That. The replays are on. All praise to God. The replays
I know.
I would
they
never
are.
say something. Yeah, they are. And then you're going to listen back, and then you're going to feel silly again. I would never support anybody killing anybody that's innocent. Never. I don't care you're black, white, Christian, Muslim, Jewish. I would never do that. Let's get that, like, I feel like almost like being a suspect of something I've never done.
But the Jews, the Germans absolutely killed people.
I never said they didn't, though. Who's denying that?
Okay, but I mean, you're standing up for them for whatever weird reason.
When did I stood up for Nazi Germany? What are you saying? Are you all there?
You said 109 countries, over 1,000 times. You're doing this shit.
Yeah.
I did find they were kicked out of England. It's because the crown owed them money. The debts were canceled.
But Pepe, I think
we're
missing this one point that I want to hear your reaction to. Did you consider the people that were fighting against the regime of Adolf Hitler, right? The freedom fighters. that also came from North Africa, all the way from North freaking Africa, right? The Dutch freedom fighters, the people from Belgium, German citizens included, right? That all fought, men without any military experience, right? Picked up a rifle and they were like, give it a go, whatever, right? This shit needs to stop. This is crazy. Well, would you consider those people that fought the regime of Adolf Hitler, would you consider them as terrorists?
No, in fact, yeah, no. In fact, I would say the Waffen SS were obviously ideologues. When it came to their military, excluding the Waffen SS, quite a bit different. But when it comes to the Waffen SS, God damn it, my phone fell, and now, hold on, I'm gonna plug my mic in. But you had contingents of Muslim, Sikh, Hindu that were against the colonization of India, and so naturally, whose side are they going to fight on? Yeah, obviously Hitler. And so out of all of the the countries that were against our allies, they were obviously had the best weapons and training, and that's where you could really, I guess, do the most to fight back. The Russians, or I should say the Soviets at that time, were absolute worthless pieces of shit.
Can I perhaps make it easier for you?
Yeah, they joined them.
Let me make it easier for you. Is the shepherd that's protecting his sheep from the wolf? Is the shepherd the aggressor, or is it the wolves? Are people being conditioned to believe that
it's the wolves, but the wolves at the same time.
So hold on.
But the wolves are doing what they're born. Hold on, but you asked, so I get to explain. Wolves are also doing what is natural to them. We encroach the territory.
That's not the point.
Build a fucking farm, and then they see a bunch of fucking sheep, and the wolves are like, "Oh, amazing! I'm gonna have dinner tonight."
That's not the point. Is the shepherd hunting wolves, or is he protecting his sheep from the wolves? That's the question.
The shepherd is obviously.
Okay, so was Hamas existing before the founding of Israel? The answer is no. Hamas came afterwards. So the shepherd came out of his house to protect his sheep after the wolf attacked his sheep. So he's reacting. He's not the instigator.
Pepe, I wanted to get I was enjoying listening. I'm not going to chime in too much here because I was enjoying listening. I want to get the conversation kind of back on track here. And I don't want to speak for Ludwig, but I think what he's drawing parallels to is Nazis and the IDF. So he's saying you wouldn't call the people that were attacking Nazis terrorists, so why are we calling Hamas terrorists? Because he's basically saying that the IDF are Nazis. I think that's what he's trying to draw parallels to.
Pretty much, just located in the middle.
Which I don't necessarily agree with, but I think that's what he's trying to say.
You put that in the right words.
Well, look, I do agree that if we look at, let's just look at European Gentiles in Europe, and then of course if we look at, but if we look at, hold on a second, but if we look at Europeans, then even after the dissolution of Yugoslavia, you had whites. I would say nearly all whites. They were mostly Christian, but you had some Muslims. Dude, are you okay? Can you go on mute? And they were killing each other. And I understand. Slobodan Milosevic, he was accused of being like this horrible fucking person. The reality is that ethnic cleansing was like a goal of a lot of these groups, and it was an absolute horror show. But can I say like one's morally right? No. Like I'm somebody who would not, just because you're ethnically or racially different from me, would kill you. Like it's not. That's not who I am. But I don't know. This has existed even within like, and that's why I'm being hyper specific when it comes to white ethnic groups. We absolutely do the same thing. Like we look at all the wars in Europe that have stemmed from just religious differences because you so happen to come from a different sect of Christianity.
There's a warrant. There's a warrant for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu, right? For war crimes. You know this, right?
I've heard. Yeah, I don't care about that.
Pepe,
Well,
would you consider Israel on par or equivalent to like with what the Nazis did? Do you consider what Israel's doing on par with the Nazis?
No.
No. See, I think that's where the disconnect is. See, Ludwig is starting from saying Israel are.
He's a jihadi propagandist. He'll never criticize Muslims.
Well, the Nazis were independent, so they didn't have to depend on other countries' approval to do their genocide. They were able to, depend on themselves. The difference with Israel is that if Israel did what they wanted to do, what their leaders have openly stated that they want to do, which is starve every man, woman, and child, they would lose the Kinetic War, and they would lose funding from the U.S. because it would be too much. So it's comparable, but obviously it's not the same. And also, Israel now exists in a post-World War II, post-United Nations, Geneva Convention world. So, of course, it's different.
But I'd have to ask you a question. Do I think... I mean, I know for a fact you have, like, right, Israelis who have extreme beliefs that are Hitler-esque. Amazing. Kind of like
extreme beliefs is in their religion? Or
in terms of ethnic cleansing.
No, hold on a second. No. Jesus Christ, you guys, this is so cringe.
That was my fault.
Okay, so like, look at, if you white Gentile, they're Christian. Jesus Christ, I put my Lord's name in vain. Very bad thing. But when it comes to white Gentiles, can they justify things that are demonic? Yes. Now, like, my opinion, far right Israelis that are Jewish, that are like very shitty people, of course. But at the end of the day, if you look at Christians from any place, even if we're the same denomination, like we have such varying views where we absolutely hate each other, and if one extreme side of the group was to like mistreat another, we would be getting yelled at by the other, half of our population. So like Israel, it is an advanced country where these people fight with each other non-fucking stop. And even if you look on this app, for my experience with Jews on Clubhouse has been like there's a group of Jews that tend to be more right-leaning than left-leaning, and when they come into each other's spaces, there's fireworks, somebody gets kicked out, they don't like each other, they are not, I would say they're not a fucking monolith, just like, white Gentiles are. Like, I trash other Gentiles for the majority of the time. And we're supposed to think like, okay, these people are on fucking code 100% of the time. They're not.
Okay. I feel like you never answered my question. Do you consider the people that fought the satanic regime of Adolf Hitler, do you consider those people as terrorists? It's a simple yes or no.
I will not consider the people that were rank and file and in the German military on our side or the other side as being demonic or bad. They were fighting for their fucking country, and at that time, all of them were fucking drafted.
It was not about the country. It was about bringing down the regime of Adolf Hitler. It was not about the country.
But Ludwig, it's a loaded question, kind of, right? Because you said, would you consider the people that are fighting the satanic regime of Nazis terrorists? But Pepe doesn't consider the Israel as a satanic regime like Nazis. So of course Pepe's not going to understand. Like the question, there's a disconnect in the question itself because the premise is that Israel are Nazis or equivalent to Nazis, and Pepe's saying Israel's not equivalent to Nazis.
Well, there are a lot of similarities, right? You're occupying the land, which Hitler.
There's no fucking similarities. Like this is. Jesus Christ! What I don't get is you get people on the far right, which I was a part of for a long time. You know what's happened to the alt-right, what's happened to a lot of us that were on the far right, is that we have to listen to this bullshit from other people on the far right. Why am I a much gentler person than I am now? You know, I was somebody that used to think, like, I can't wait until my beliefs become mainstream, which they are now on, like, Twitter and most fucking platforms. And after I've now had to listen to these people, I'm like, holy shit. We've actually, in a weird way, like, you know what? I almost prefer the censorship mafia that would exist in the past because you got such sociopathic, retarded pieces of shit that buy into all of this crap. Like, okay, like, we've been getting along when it comes to, you know, targeting JB. I'm somebody, you know, I allowed myself as a fucking retard to get diverted, you know, into talking about Israel, as you like to call it, Pisrael. And I, you know, it's just like, Jesus Christ. My actual goal when it comes to Israel, I'm just going to lay it out for everybody. Would I say they're an ally? Yes. As a citizen of the United States, who's not, you know, some evangelical faggot, but, you know, fake Christian, you know, they're an ally. They're definitely not our best ally. You know, and do we need to keep on giving them money? No, I don't really think so. Do I think there's a time where we might need to give them, you know, money? Absolutely.
Why?
Well, if their existence, you know, if their existence is on the line.
There is a whole compilation of Benjamin Netanyahu before he became the leader of Israel, where he's literally like from the late 90s, right, all the way to 2003. He's saying Saddam Hussein, he's Iran, I meant to say. Iran is weeks away from having.
It was Iraq. It was 2003.
No, it was Iran, what I'm referring to.
When was this?
Bro, there are whole compilation videos.
I think you're thinking about 2003 when he visited her.
No, he did both. Literally from late 90s, he's literally saying Iran is weeks away from making nuclear warheads. And then, like, in the next video, Iran can produce 10 nuclear warheads a year. That's 110 years from now. And so on, and so on, and so on. Right? Iran has not threatened nobody. Right? Nobody has attacked nobody.
No.
Hold on, almost done. Then you look at Israel. They bombed Lebanon. Right? And only the last 22 months, they bombed Lebanon. They bombed Iran. They bombed Syria. They just keep on bombing whoever they feel like bombing, right? They flatlined Gaza, claiming that they killed I don't know how many members of Hamas, of Hezbollah, and Al Qassam Brigade, and whatever other militia there is out there, right? We have not seen a list with people that were fighting, that were like the so-called Hamas, right? Where's the list with all the people that they've killed? Because they said like, oh, 40,000 got killed, 20,000 of them were allegedly members of Hamas, right? So it's one-on-one. You're killing one bad guy and one civilian. That was in the first 4 to 6 months from the top of my head. We're in for 22 months. 22 months. And I've seen numbers that are close to 400,000 that got killed. The numbers cannot still be 40,000 after 22 months.
Sure. Okay, but I would believe Hamas if Hamas was not known for like lying a lot. Now,
what did they lie about?
Wait, so who's lying?
Well, hold on a second. I mean, everything from like when it comes to what is that fucking hospital where the bomb landed?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would say this. God damn it, I forget my fucking point. I had it all lined up. Jesus Christ.
The lying part?
My Lord's name in vain.
And we can talk about that hospital strike later.
No, I'm trying to.
Because Israel did bomb that hospital.
You mean all 40 hospitals?
Yeah, but this one was special because it was early on in the genocide. And Israel's like, we would never bomb a hospital.
Well, I'm curious about Ludwig. When you said, I wanted to go back to, do you think there's a bunch of similarities between Israel and the Nazis? So I was just curious what like a couple of those would be.
The similarities are just killing indiscriminately, right? You're like, oh, okay, you match the description, we're gonna kill you, right? That's pretty much what they were doing.
Or advancing their nationalist ideology at the expense of, innocent people. Expansionism. What else? Similarly, they both have death camps. Like right now, Israel is setting up concentration camps over the ruins of Rafah, so that if they succeed in expelling everyone from the north, they're going to put everyone in these camps. So they both use camps. They both use killing civilians.
But even for example, this is no knock to the Israelis, the Jews, or the Muslims in the Middle East, but like what I would consider,
and Christians.
It's just my opinion. What I would consider the most beautiful Middle Eastern people in the world, the Lebanese, majority Christian country, and
majority Muslim country, by the way.
It's 33% Christian, 30% Shiite, 30% Sunni, or like
sure,
it's like 5%.
Sure, but it was a majority Christian country. Like you guys can't not deny that.
I think that's the perfect example is Libya.
Okay, but what happened? Okay, but what happened after it was a majority fucking Christian? You had a nice fucking place.
Yeah, it's still a nice place, by the way. Like
no, it's not. It's a fucking shithole.
No, it's not. No.
Okay, why would you say that? That just like that debases your whole fucking argument, bro. Like I'm not even.
You're just making stuff up of it because.
I'm not making stuff up. Lebanon is literally
getting bombed by Israel. Christians and Muslims live perfectly in peace and harmony next to each other.
No, they don't. You've had sectarian violence for decades. And even amongst the Muslims, you have like between the Shia and the Sunni. I mean, obviously, once Hezbollah had their I would say a very large standing in Lebanon, the Sunni Muslims absolutely fucking despised them. The Christians didn't like either. And neither of them liked the fucking Christians. But you see a country, that they had what you would call the Paris of the Middle East.
Oh, by the way, the other similarity is controlling the region, right? Just like Israel is doing. Just like bombing.
Okay, sure, but why should I give two flying fuck? This is what is so fucking annoying about you people. Okay, you have a majority Christian fucking population in Lebanon.
No, it's not.
Okay? No, hold on. You want to preserve the homeland for the fucking Christians and the Muslims that are in quote unquote Palestine, but when it comes to a state like fucking Lebanon, that is literally majority fucking Christian, it's all of a sudden that is brush. No, the majority of them have been fucking Christian. Jesus Christ, through the times of Jesus Christ. I mean, and then I have to sit here and listen to this goddamn bullshit. Okay, about how.
What does it have to do with the killing of Palestinians?
Are you fucking serious?
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Are you serious? Are you serious, my friend?
You just came from
Well, hold on, Frank, hold on. No, like I have to worry about displaced fucking Palestinians. Then I get, which, no knock to you all, the most beautiful of Middle Eastern people with a majority fucking Christian country, and you guys do not give two flying fucks that it's become a majority fucking Muslim. I take absolute offense to that. And you want me to say, oh, these evil quote unquote kikes are taking over everywhere, and then what? What are the fucking Muslims doing? These fucking diaper heads are taking over Christian fucking countries. They've literally done it, and they treat everybody, including Christians, like absolute fucking shit. You want me to pretend like these Jews are our number one fucking enemy, that if it wasn't because of Jews, Muslims would be getting by just fine. There were not fucking Jews on Indian subcontinent, where you have, we can look at all of the wars between the Buddhists, the Sikhs, the Muslims, the whatever. You guys absolutely wreak fucking havoc wherever you fucking go. And I have to sit here and pretend, in order to appease people like you, that somehow, if it wasn't for Jews, Muslims would be getting along with Christians just right. No, they've never gotten along with Christians. That's why our history with Muslims has been one of expulsion or conquest and expulsion. We can look at everywhere, whether it is Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, the Middle East, Asia, wherever the fuck you go. Muslims are an absolute parasitic force against the rest of the fucking world. I am so sick of having to fucking pretend like you guys are gonna be fine without the fucking Jews. Without the Jews, you guys still do the same fucking shit. But you guys are gonna blame the Jews for why you guys are parasitic, or I won't say parasitic, but terroristic, nasty, absolutely horrible pieces of fucking shit to have to live next to and, or live with. You guys, but, and let's just blame everything on the fucking Jews.
Isn't there like a civil war?
Like, this is so fucking stupid.
Isn't there like a little civil war in like every one of the countries going on right now?
I mean,
the Muslims, Islam's the religion of peace.
I mean, they sit here and pretend like the Jews are the reason why Muslims are killing Jews in Nigeria is because of Jews. No, they don't have a fucking Jewish population. They're doing it because they're fucking religion. Why have we had, if I recall correctly, I repeated the quote of General Jack Pershing, where he said, like, his biggest regret was not putting American boots on the ground in Germany during World War I, because he felt like they would start some new shit during World War II. But he's also somebody who said during the campaign in the Philippines during World War I that rabies to a dog is Islam to the man. He saw this shit. Okay, who are the terrorists in the Philippines? It's the fucking Muslims. Where are the Filipino Jews? Oh, that's right, they don't exist.
So if I get it right, Israel is like nothing to blame for. They have the right to defend themselves. The land was promised to them 3,000 years ago, and babies are terrorists as well.
Wow. there was some noise.
Frank, did you just beat on the dentist, Frank?
It was incredible.
Frank.
This is
Yeah,
what
yeah,
the
yeah.
average Iranian Muslim does. They think they're eloquent.
Is that a root canal treatment, Frank?
And that's the type of retarded response you get to that.
I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna dream about the burning of Israel, which will result into the greatest and the biggest.
Okay, well, hold on a second. So here's the biggest problem. Now, when it comes to the nativist arguments that Zionists make, okay, regarding the Levant and Israel. Now we know for a fact that the average Palestinian has more genetically is more tied to the Levant. When it comes to the Christian Palestinians, much more so, or not much more, barely more so. I used the wrong word. When it comes to, do I think you have a quote unquote homeland after 2,000 years of absence? I'm somebody of French descent. Do I think that I should be able to say, like, France, you need to let me in? No, fucker, I have French DNA. No, it's not happening. They don't really give a fuck. Somewhat similar, and I'm quite removed, by centuries from them. But at the end of the day, it's just like, okay, they have a country. They built that is successful. Nobody can deny that. Do I think that they absolutely have far right wing, I guess you could say, ideologues that drive practices and policies there, which is it's not fair to the at the end of the day, what is it? How are the Christians or the Muslims at fault for just being there? I would say they have, especially if they're born there, their ancestors have been there for generations. Nothing. They didn't do anything wrong. But I'm not going to pretend like there are not a bunch of radicals, on the opposite end of the spectrum that look at them as a bunch of, just despicable pieces of shit who do not belong there and play along with the game like, oh yeah, just with them Muslim, I'll treat them very well. I completely, it's so insulting to my intelligence.
What do you think radicalized them?
Well, I would say Islam in general, just like kind of like what you see across throughout the world. Now, do I think that if you were to ask me a different question, do I think that there were legitimate, resistance movements? Yes, absolutely. Do I think they invited? They're such a new country. I mean, you've had Native Americans trying to, do revolutions in Latin America centuries after they were basically established and, first colonized and established by the Spanish. Yeah, that's par for the course. Like, I do not think that you're anti-Semitic for pushing back against them if you're a native-born Palestinian. And to be fair, a lot of the original, terrorists, which they were technically terrorists, they were, pan-Arab. You had a lot of Christian leadership, in some of those groups. A lot of them were, I would say a good chunk of them were very far left ideologues. And no, I completely understand how that would happen. I don't think, I do think, with the foundation of the state as perfect as it was, you're obviously going to get resistance fighters, and I'm not demonizing those people. But when it comes to Hamas, I'm sorry, dude. I'm just like there's nothing you can say where I will defend them.
I mean, where do you think a Hamas member?
So the Palestinians should continue to get slaughtered and have nobody to defend them.
No, I didn't say that, but
okay, so then who's going to defend the Palestinians?
The Palestinians, you mean the Gazans?
Yeah, or those that are in the West Bank.
Okay, but when it comes to the Gazans, if Hamas mass surrendered, I do not see the IDF just like summarily executing these people.
So anybody can just occupy your land, do whatever they want, and anybody that comes to the rescue should get slaughtered, including those that live on that land.
Okay, so if I was to go into Mexico, let's just say Mexico was a superpower in comparison to the United States. And me and a couple thousand people who thought like me went in there. We just shot up Mexicans. We just raped Mexicans. We burned them in their car. We just did like horrible shit. We shot old Mexican ladies and young little Ninas and Ninos in the face, because they're just these filthy Mexicans. There's nobody who would rationalize that. I mean, really, despite our political differences, nobody would rationalize that. But, it's this really weird thing where I have to listen to people trying to justify doing something that here in predominantly Christian countries like Mexico, for example, versus the United States, we would never treat each other like that and find it like justifiable. It is fucking satanic.
Did Mexico do it to you first?
Okay, but even still, like, I do not think we literally have it.
If Mexico made a move on Texas, I don't think people are gonna be like, yeah, no, that's cool.
No, we would never.
More analogous for you guys. Mexico's like, oh, you blah 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 blah.
You're simplifying it.
Nobody's gonna be like, yo, Mexico.
Yeah, whether it was
just going to kill anyone and everyone.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like in El Paso or Ciudad Juarez, we would not, on either side of the border, you would not see like a dead, mangled, woman who's either in her early 20s to late teens, and then drive on either side of the border and be like, look, we caught this fucking Mexican, or we caught this fucking American, and people would be like desecrating the body. And I will say, like, religion is probably a large part of that, because that is just like morally you can't justify that.
Have you heard of the Israeli Telegram channel 72 Virgins Uncensored?
No.
So basically, they take all the photos of like kids and their mangled bodies and headless babies and Palestinians that have been burnt to a crisp, and then they caption it, making it into memes, and they're like, "Oh, it's barbecue time." That channel had over 200,000 subscribers.
Yeah, look, there is so much. I've gone into it.
Morbid curiosity, and it's happening close by, so people are fucking looking at it.
But I would say that when it comes to like how people are treated, do I think that Israelis and which is going to reflect on Jews overall, whether they like it or not, that is where people's mind is going to go. It's not necessarily where my mind is going to go, but it's definitely where most people's mind is going to go. When we get to see like young people dancing, doing their stupid TikToks, mocking the starvation, the how basically how shitty the Gazans have it. we look at it as like really bad, and you know it rubs me the wrong way, but I get it. Like during the Gulf War or the second global war on terror, you had, you know, obviously you had people, you know, saying very controversial shit in support of something that a lot of people objected to, and the people that are going to, you know, go be the most viral are going to be the people who are like likely the most controversial. I don't agree with it. Like I do think that I think Israel, I would say, like, you know, and they span the gamut. They're economically, in terms it comes to their when it comes to their like socioeconomic status, but even to their like their economic beliefs, they'll span from like, you know, fascist to communist, or even, you know, obviously like more libertarian. When it comes to, you know, just being left versus right, they're a divided country. And I'm sure, like, and I talked to, you know, and I'm just being upfront about this, the Jews I've largely been cool with or in contact with have been like right-wing Jews. And we all, I would say for the most part, I've never really heard anybody stand up for them. But like, when it comes to the ADL, they're just like, Jesus Christ, this, like, faggots like Jonathan Greenblatt just invite anti-Semitism. You know, it's just like, as beautiful as their singing voice is, a bitch like, you know, Barbara Streisand, it's just like you can't help, she just has a negative image that she'll associate with Jews. But I mean, we can also look at like Nancy Pelosi.
What did Barbara Streisand do?
Oh dude, she's a far left loon. But even if we're to look at like compared like Chuck Schumer, who's a piece of shit, how is she different from like Nancy Pelosi, Catholic, who I would say is like far more shrewd than he is. Like he is, or she.
Yeah, but nobody's gonna go out of their way to call her some sort of Italian something because of her bullshit.
Well, I mean, she's a fucking cunning, you know, guinea bitch. Like there's no denying that. Like any.
But that's the point of what I'm making. Nobody's gonna identify her like, oh, this Catholic woman, this Italian woman who's doing some shit.
But if she was Jewish,
oh,
dude, just imagine Nancy Pelosi, the most powerful woman on the left in Congress, was a Jew. She's making all of this money when it comes to you know, insider trading. Oh, this fucking Jew. Oh, wow, this conniving bitch. Nancy Pelosi, you evil kite. Oh, my God, you're ruining our government. That's what they would do.
Yeah, I agree.
But she's like me. She's born a fucking Catholic. She's not Jewish. But she's every bit much of a contestable, you know, fucking cunt that you know, a Jew like Chuck Schumer is. You know, but we only want to blame the Jew. Oh, she was taught that by the Jews. No, she wasn't. Like, people like to pretend, like, even if you were to read the book, like Machiavelli, this is a bunch of fucking guineas doing their sleazeball, you know, guinea bullshit. What the fuck does it have to do with Jews? But if imagine this book, Machiavelli, was about Jews. It's basically about manipulation and power and all of that stuff. Dude, can you imagine what anti-Semites would do? They'd be like, oh my God, everything's making sense now. I figured out everything that's wrong with America. I figured out the problems of the universe. It's the Jews. These power games come from the Jews. That's what they would do. It's so fucking obnoxious. Like, okay, like I get to listen to these fucking retards have like, it's just like, get rid of the Jew, you get rid of all of the problems. Really? Before Jews, you guys had a lot of fucking problems. Like, we talk about how barbaric the Aztec were for doing their live human sacrifices, but 500 years ago in Europe, you commit an act of treason, whatever, they would literally fucking slice you open alive. Let your
They
fucking
still
intestines
do it
hang
in Mexico and South America, all over the place.
Well, that's gang shit, but
yeah, but they're still doing it, like, horrifically.
Yeah, but
those videos are fucked up. They're worse than the fucking.
Well, no, I get what you're saying. Well, the Middle East, you know, a lot of ISIS actually, a lot of people don't understand this when it came to the videos they would make. Their inspiration in terms of the violence came from cartels. And the cartels would only do it just to intimidate other cartels, whereas ISIS did it to basically terrorize whole populations. I don't know. It's just. I've been, spent years in the far right, which I think the far right is like largely batshit crazy. Just like I think the progressives are. I'm a reactionary. I'm somebody who is just like, well, fuck these people. I would take a totally opposite stance. But, I even think conservatives suck, really. I absolutely do. I think, I don't want to say they suck. I just think they have very simple prescriptions for how society should run, which I don't think are, like, practical. But anyways, when it comes to the Jews, I can only hear this shit so much. And I'm somebody who'd never had a problem with Jews. Then I'd meet people that are like quote-unquote National Socialists, in other words, neo-Nazis. I'd have these debates. I watch, like, Europa, The Last Battle. It's like a 12-hour, like, I would say 90% false propaganda video, and it took so long to watch it because it's just like I had to like verify everything that was being said, and it was so like it was such bullshit. And so, like, imagine I go into a place like, whether it's on Discord or here or Twitter, and I have to listen to these people that are diehard like Nazis, and they say, what's Europa the next battle, or the last battle? It's like amazing. I watched it, but it was like propaganda and mostly lies. And then, okay, so you retards are buying into this shit. Amazing. It's literally propaganda and lies. And I don't know. And I'm not like, once again, when it comes to like Jewish influence, or they're a highly productive minority in the United States that punches way above their weight. So I think like you can absolutely look at like, hey, when we talk about things like Israel, are you guys going to be biased? Obviously. But it's just like if we were to talk about polygamy and the Mormons, is there a bias? Yeah, obviously. But people like to create these fucking conspiracy theories, and they have everything figured out. It's so fucking retarded. Like, I just, like, the far right in America, I remember wishing, like, I wish more people would think like me. then it happened. Then I go on Twitter and I have to listen to it. You know, I'll anonymously pop in on spaces and look at the content. I'm just like, actually, I wish it didn't happen. These are a bunch of grifting retards that are, and not all of them, but they're just like outright hateful. That was never my intention. I would say I would use like slurs and stuff like that because it's like, hey, look, you can't disrespect me. And to think like I can't just call you a really naughty name too. But today it's just like, oh yeah, you're only based and morally, you like you can be somehow become a Christian nationalist if you say the N word and you're from your race. But the reality is that like Christian nationalism is 100% incompatible with ethno-nationalism. And that's like, you get retards like Nick Fuentes, who will, the Catholic Church, I would say, is like, obviously, you cannot be an ethno-nationalist. But you get this asshole, he just wants to run his fucking, I don't even know what the fuck this dude is, what the fuck is he doing? He's never had a girlfriend, he loved Catboy Cammy, he's been caught with like, you know, gay porn during his lives, but at his age, he doesn't have any women. And, you know, and I don't mean just because he's a homosexual, which I think is likely the case, that we should, like, not take anything he says seriously, but the far right has also become, like, the party, or at least when it comes to the younger generation, the party of incels, and the least, I would say, like, the men that are the farthest from what you would consider to be right-wing traditionally. You know, veterans, middle American laborers, yeah, they're just trash. They're contrarian trolls who, they can be Trump 1 minute, but then completely go the other way once they see the tide is like showing that they're the American, or at least for Americans, when the tide is shifting one way, they'll go the opposite. And I can't help but to think that a sodomite like Nick Fuentes is probably getting foreign money. And, you know, I would talk to, what's the fuck is his face? Richard Spencer. He very deliberately denies this question, but or avoids this question. At least answering it directly, but he's pretty open about the fact that, like, yeah, you know, there's some Russian involvement, like, on a large scale. But this is where we get our quote-unquote based takes from. As if Russia gives a shit about us. Yeah, I don't know how we got into a topic about Jews and Israel.
The fucking jihadis.
Well, you know,
they want to dream about Israel getting fucked up instead of dreaming about a better place for the Palestinians, about how they could maybe make a halfway functional city-state. They just focus on the negative and never the positive.
Well, no, I think that you know, here's the thing. I understand. I think that Israel, it's reasonable to expect they're going to get freedom fighters. But I'm not going to, when I look at Hamas, like, not only do I think they're a cult, they're like a demonic cult. And there's zero reason why I should, you know, side with them. It's so fucking retarded. But I guess like I'm some bootlicking, you know, Zionist, you know, because I love Jews so much, and I wasn't raised evangelical. Like, I don't believe in a lot of this shit that the Christian right. I don't even think Jews need to live in Israel in order for their end times prophecy to occur. Which I think a lot of evangelicals are a bunch of apostates that believe in this stupid shit. Like, I don't know. I'm firing too many shots. I'm super tired. I woke up at like 2:30. About 10 o'clock. Goddamn. I suck at sleeping, dude. I thought as you get older you'll sleep more, but I sleep less. It's so weird. I don't have to work tomorrow, so basically, I guess it doesn't matter. But I'll still wake up and not be able to go back to bed. That's the shitty part. I remember, like, I could go, like, few days with little sleep, and then I would just, like, crash out for, like, 15 hours. That doesn't happen anymore. But you know what? Tomorrow, I allowed this to be derailed because I'm so bored with the goddamn talking about this low-class piece of shit in Brooklyn that, I was willing to engage in another topic. He is boring. I mean, at the end of the day, he's just the, white trash. Doing white trash criminal behavior. And he acts like it. There's a million ways I can poke fun at him. But, it's just like I've done it like a week in a row. It's boring. But with that being said, JB, you are an absolute piece of fucking human filth. Fuck you. I'm the captain now. Eat a goddamn dick. I'm going to bed. I just have to go to bed. But thank you everybody for showing up.
Thank
Y'all know they did a carnival in Raleigh, North Carolina? Yes, they did.
Was it a Klan carnival?
What? It was a Caribbean carnival. What the fuck are you talking about? Why would it be a Klan carnival?
Because it's in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah. It's a Caribbean one.
I'm joking.
I know, but that was weird.
Are there a number of Caribbeans who live in?
It's a lot of West Indians that live in North Carolina. A lot.
North Carolina racist as F. That's why.
But it's a lot of Caribbeans that live there. Fucking Haitian Caribbean ass live there.
Oh, word.
You be listening to each other.
In Charlotte. Charlotte is black.
I just said North Carolina. So if they having it in Raleigh, people going there.
No, I mean obviously we know it's
Charlotte,
big. I didn't know the abundance of.
Yeah, there's a lot of West Indian people that live in fucking North Carolina.
Yeah, a lot more movement also. That's what's been going on. I just remember Andy. I remember Andy and Ronnie Fife used to go to Raleigh. That's how I remember Raleigh.
Even Miss Hope, y'all know Miss Hope. She said she's moving to North Carolina from Florida. It's a lot. Like I don't know what the fuck going on in North Carolina, but they do a lot of shit going on, yo.
Life is expensive. North Carolina is still, doable. Greensboro, obviously Raleigh, Charlotte, Raleigh.
Charlotte is expensive to live, but I mean it's comparable to Atlanta, I guess.
Oh no.
You live in the north?
You don't think so?
Nah. There's places outside of central Charlotte that are not remotely as expensive.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about, but like in the city of Charlotte.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying even spots on the outside of Atlanta, like Metro.
Oh yeah. Metro isn't as vast as this one, but their city is about comparable. It's almost about the same.
MJ, you alright? What you doing up this late?
But they having an influx of people moving here. Like I done heard a lot of people from California moving to North Carolina. Just like everybody from New York, of course. Everybody from New York, that's just normal shit. But I'm talking about from all over, everywhere else too.
People are trying to survive.
I was thinking about moving to North Carolina.
Guys, I'm just gonna say one thing. I love how everybody respects everybody.